Hi, friends. I'm testing out this music. Let me see how loud it is. Hi, friends. I'm testing out. That should be good. Sorry if you heard me twice. Okay. Hi, happy Tuesday. Okay, we're gonna put this here. I know my outfit doesn't match. I'm cold. So we have this little 21 Pilots cardigan that I got at Hot Topic for it was on clearance, I think. So it was like buy one item, get one for $1 or something. So I got this with my Sailor Moon onesie or overall things. So I think altogether it was I paid $20 or something for both of them. It is time. Hi Ashley, welcome. Glad you can make it again. It is time. Oh, I forgot. I was gonna take my hair down. We are working on Mothman hats today. I'm gonna make 3 of the Scooty version. But I was working on the little antenna in my embroidery software, and I like this size. I'm going to make it just a little bit longer and a little bit wider if I can. But when I started doing this one, my bobbin was pulling through, so now I need to see what's going on with this. I probably just threaded it wrong because I was in a hurry. So let's try this again. And I'm honestly just going to try to go back over this and see how it looks. So sorry if you hear my embroidery machine going a little bit. I'm trying, or I'll try to talk over it. But I meant to have these done before. And then I also messed it up where I made a little extra, I don't even know if you can see it, the indention there. It was another little one of these that I didn't realize hadn't got finished yet. So this one is trash, unfortunately, but we'll use this fabric for something else. Okay, let me make sure this is stitching in red. And then other than that, we can get started on the Mothman. I have yet to finish the Umbreon ones that I started working on them because we did Mimikyu last week and we finished those Mimikyu. Haven't finished the Umbreon. I've been working on plushies, but somebody ordered an Umbreon on my website or on Etsy, so I'm gonna have to ship one of those out anyways. So we're gonna have to I'm gonna have to come home and dedicate a day for hats, not just a live for hats. You're good. Hardly noticed the noise myself since I keep things low at work. Okay, good. Well, if it ever gets too loud for you, then I'll know it's really loud for everyone else. So just let me know. But I hope everyone's having a good week. Let me get my hats over here. We can start on the base while these are embroidering. Oh, Daisy's right under my feet. And there they go. She's stinky. She's got the bad gas today. And Ridley is disgusting, filthy because of the snow melted. Yeah, I know I'm talking about you, but go, because you're dirty. Go down. He was rolling around in the melted snow, which is basically muddy snow, so he's gross. And then Obi's already whining, so puppies are being puppies. Puppies are puppying. Yeah, I know I said puppies. Go lay down. I'm sorry. All right, so I'm gonna start putting these pockets in, and we're just gonna sew a bunch of straight lines. You know how it is for the hats. But hopefully, since this is kind of it's not a hard design, but it's a new design, hopefully it'll be a little exciting since you guys are getting to see this hat be made for the first time. And maybe if it turns out good, I'll just make one and we'll finish Umbreon or something. But Mother Mud will add to the design. Yeah, that's what he thinks, because then he went and rolled all over our bed, like on our comforter. And it like turned to dust because it was dried. So then he rolled all over our comforter and was just dust. I like took it and like brought it outside and like shook it and like patted it, and dust everywhere. Luckily we don't have any expensive stuff. Our comforters aren't like white, they're actually black and dark gray. And one of them has a huge rip in it from where I dog sat Tia's dog, and she decided to pull it into her crate. So we're not spending bukus of money on our home decor because it's just gonna get covered in mud or ripped up or something. So luckily it's not a big deal, but it is an inconvenience. We threw it in the washer. Luckily we have a backup one, but yeah, we just threw it in the washer and we'll rotate it out. But hey, they keep us on our toes and make sure that we change our sheets often. So I guess that's a good thing. They make sure that we're not stinky. Anybody prepping for any conventions this weekend? I know that I don't feel like there's a lot of conventions at the beginning of the year, which is probably good because I think a lot of people are trying to just save their money back up after the holidays. But does anyone have any like markets or maybe any little things coming up? Okay, that's a left. All right. My next one, of course, is MEGACON. And I think we finally have all the details figured out because it's hard when you're not going yourself. This will be the first time that someone else is selling for me. And it's just hard to get everyone else on a different schedule, or on the same schedule, I guess, that's on different schedules. But I think we got it worked out. I did have a mild stress. It's not a panic attack, but I definitely was like pacing yesterday, trying to figure out like, should I even like go through with this and have Tia sell for me? Is it going to be worth the money? But I think as long as I make expenses back, I'm not going to be too upset about it. So I'm waiting to hear back from her to make sure that she is still good. And then I think we'll be fine. Still no news for spring shows for me yet, so orders and prepping in general. Nice. Yeah, luckily I don't have to worry too much about spring shows because that's the babies come in spring, so I've kind of just like cut out all conventions, or I haven't even like looked at spring conventions. I think the first one I started looking at was for June, so I think that'll be a good, I don't know, never experienced motherhood before, but I'm hoping June, that's 3 months. Hopefully that's a good recruit time. Recuperate, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Plus, most moms that have to go back to work would already be back to work by then, so I think I'll be okay. And I'll have Joey because and that's if I get into Too Many Games is the one that I'm talking about. I realized I didn't say which one. But that one's not even guaranteed. I just applied for that one, so. And then OMGCon is also in June, but I haven't heard back from that one either, so it's kind of like if I hear back from too many games, I'm not going to pester the people that work for OMGCon. But if I get denied too many games, then I might pester OMGCon a little bit and be like, hey, you know, when should we hear back? Because I know some people have already heard back. You guys got this. Thank you. I hope that you hear back from some of your spring shows soon. I'm talking too fast for my brain. I only have Louisville Con in April. First time doing a con in general, so decided to start with a one-day thing. Oh, nice. You know, is it like Louisville, Kentucky? I don't think I've done Louisville Con, if that's the same one. But they used to have one that was like Louisville PopCon, maybe? But I suggest definitely starting with a one day and definitely starting local if possible, or within a couple hour drive is what I highly recommend. But welcome. I don't know how to say your name. That's Carrie? Would Carrie work? I also saw that said frog at the end, but it doesn't. But you let me know if you want to go by something different. I'll try to shorten names just so I can easily remember your username. Did something else? I thought I heard my phone. Prism Evolution in stock. Yeah, this is in Kentucky. I live in the southern Indiana. I live in southern Indiana, so it is local. And yep, that is how you say it. Nice. Well, welcome. I hope it goes good. Yeah, I'm only about 2 hours from Louisville. So I do enjoy trying to find events around there. I think that there's a really good, I've heard good things. I haven't sold at it. I was going to try again this year, but it's in March. They might already have applications closed, but it's like Louisville Anime Expo or Louisville Arcade Expo, maybe. Definitely keep an eye out for that one. I think it is a 3-day though, but if you're local, hopefully. And then of course Lexington Comic Con, which is a 4-day, but I don't know how far Lexington is for you. It's another Kentucky one I recommend. Just learned SoccerCon is expecting another month of potential waiting for acceptances. Time to book a hotel just in case and wait on the flight as long as possible since they're harder to cancel. Yeah. I don't know who you fly, but I recommend Southwest. I know it can be a little pricey, but usually like you can cancel with them. You just have to, they'll give you like points. So you can cancel anytime and get all your points back. But if you use cash, you can still cancel, I believe, but it becomes a voucher. And you can use that voucher in your name. And I think it's good for like a year. So, and I like Southwest because you get to carry on bags and a checked bag and a personal bag. Love Southwest for the bags. Yes, exactly. So yeah, you could potentially, if you're okay with like, I don't know how often you fly, but for me, I wouldn't mind to like book it and just get money back, or sorry, get a voucher back if I have to cancel. But I also have the Southwest credit card, so I'm a little biased. Another option though that I do like is Capital One credit card. You can use your points that you earn from them for like hotel, flight, rental car, Amazon. Like you can use those points for a lot of things, but you can also freeze airline prices. So if you're looking right now, we did this when we went to is really cheap, and it says it's gonna go up. You can use like 1,000 points or something and freeze that rate. And then if you book it, you'll get that rate. And of course, you can use your points, or I think you can use cash too, or like charge it to your card. Or if you choose not to book it, you just don't get that 1,000 points back or whatever. Thanks. I'm trying to find ones, but I'm not too many that's super close. Just checked, and Lexington, Kentucky is apparently only an hour and 40-minute drive, so thanks for the heads up. Yeah. Lexington Comic-Con, it's Lexington Comic and Toy Convention. It is in March, so I don't think they'll have any tables right now, but definitely they do a lot of different conventions in the surrounding states. That is their biggest one. But definitely like follow them on social media so that you can get information when they post up for next year. Or I think they have one in Owensboro, Kentucky. That's new, and they also did one in West Virginia that's new. Yeah, check it out. I definitely I don't know a lot of Indiana conventions, other than I know there's like Indie PopCon? It's in Indianapolis, I think, or I guess there's just an Indiana PopCon or Comic-Con. There's another one. But I have no input on that one. I don't know a lot about it, other than I've heard that it exists. And I know Louisville has a lot of little market things. Because I'm in a Kentucky, I think it's more for like markets or like fairs, festivals. Let me see if I can find the actual name of it. But they post a lot of things, like people can come in there and post like, oh, there's an event this weekend. You have to watch out for spam things, or like not real events, and people scam. That's what scam events, and people are just trying to take your money. But Kentucky vendor events, that's on Facebook if you have Facebook. But I recommend also, if you in your state, see if they have any kind of Facebook page like that. People come in there and they post their little flyers, and usually tell about the booth fee and like what dates and stuff. Excuse me. Yeah, there are about 2 to 3 Indianapolis ones. I think the Indy Comic-Con is also in March. Okay. Maybe that's why I've been hearing so much about it. It's coming up. Yeah, I want to make a video on how to find like conventions, because I think it's hard. I still struggle. And I mean, I've been doing conventions for like 10 plus years now. And I'm finding new ones all the time. But I think the easiest, or not even the easiest, I mean, the easiest is go to like, I think it's like animecons.com, or I just Google AnimeCons list, and it's like the first forum that comes up, and it usually has a lot of the bigger ones. But if you're looking for smaller ones, that's where it gets a little tricky. And for that, I usually go on Facebook and kind of just do a quick search or something of just something that I know, like an event that I know that's going on, and like it or follow it or say that I'm interested. And then Facebook will be like, oh yeah, you like anime conventions, or you like these festivals and markets? let me sponsor you, or let me send you a whole bunch of these sponsored ads for these events. And then you'll get overrun on your Facebook page of just events that are like happening towards you. So like the Facebook algorithm works pretty well. But other than that, follow artists that are like in your area or that you like, that goes to events that you would like to do, because usually they'll post their schedules. And if you miss them for this year, you just make yourself a Google Sheets list and remember it for next year, is what I try to do. I try to put like what the date is of when it is, like, or the month at least, and then you can kind of guess that it'll be like registration will happen either a year or less. It's really hard. Every convention's different, where it's like, okay, signups are like right after the convention. And then sometimes it's like, all right, 3-4 months before the convention, here's how much tables are. All right, so these look good. Where's my scissors? I went ahead and saved my other little Mothman ear antenna just in case one of these mess up. And it's a good thing I did, because this one messed up. And I mean, it's usable, but it's not perfect. So we'll use the more perfect ones first. Alright, let me go hoop another black piece for the antennas. I filmed a vlog this morning. I'm hoping it's cohesive and makes sense, but it's what's in my convention bag. I don't know if you guys saw my post on the community tab about what do you guys keep in your convention bag? And I videoed that this morning. And then hopefully I can edit it tomorrow or Thursday morning. And then I have another embroidery one that I want to edit and have done, at least. I don't know when I'll put it up, because I just did an embroidery tutorial. Let me wait for this one to get done. Great advice. I would definitely do all that. I think what holds me back is that I haven't really decided on a solid display, and most ask for pictures or for you to list exactly what you sell. Yeah, that is hard, like when you're first starting out. I think some of them are okay with if you do just a mock setup, like in your house. I think lots of them are okay with just sending in that picture. But yeah, once you do one, then you'll have pictures. You'll have a general idea. And yeah, then you'll know what you're gonna sell too. I have like a Google Doc of just all the different things like conventions ask for, and I have it already pre-typed so I can like copy and paste. Like one of the things is, what do you sell? And I have a long one, because some of them are like, tell us everything you will have for sale. Be as specific as possible. And I'm like, all right, you got it. I'll have hats that are inspired by Pokemon characters, like Legend of Zelda. Like, I will go into every single fandom that I have something from. And then some of them are like, only make it 2 sentences and tell us what you're going to be selling. And then also in that Google document, I have, like, we're going to put this in the program. So do 2 to 3 sentences of what you want your audience to know, or what you want our customers, attendees to know that you have. And that one's a little bit more like, come to Lying Around Selling for all your cosplay needs, or something like that, like last minute cosplays, or your new plushie best friend, or something like that. So I have those already typed out, and then I just copy and paste it. Let's see, some other things that they ask are like, some of them want more of a background, like tell us how your business got started or when you started your business. But those are really nice when you have the conventions that are timed, and it's like first come first serve, but you have like whoever puts their application in first gets it. So having that all typed out is a lot, is nice. But I don't think I've ever done one of those necessarily. I've done one that closed within an hour. I think MagFest is one that you only have an hour, and usually the site crashes. All right. Now we're gonna sew up all these black pieces. The good thing about this is I do want to make 3 Mothman, but if for some reason I don't get 3 done, as long as I get this part done, I can use it for like Toothless and stuff too, so that's nice. I can't use it for Umbreon because Umbreon has the ring on the sides. Oh, I should probably save that as well. When they want specific things, I always think that I'm not specific enough, or I accidentally forgot to list something. Yeah, it's okay. I don't think that it would like dock you points or anything. I think that they really just want to know how many people are going to be bringing keychains and stickers and prints. Because I mean, I do like sewing stuff, but I still have keychains and stickers too, so I don't know specifically, but I don't think it's a huge deal. They just really want to know. A general idea. But I highly recommend saving it. And even if you apply for a different one and it's a little different, I would save that too, because sometimes, it'll take a while to perfect what you want in your application. But then you have all those different options to look back on, and you don't have to think as hard when it comes to applying. You can just hop on your computer and like copy and paste. Did you say the BullWuCon one was this weekend, or that it's just coming up? Oh, in April. Okay. In April. Nice. Yeah, I hope that one goes good for you. I wish I knew more about it. I have some friends that live in Louisville, but I haven't heard if they're selling at it. I feel like it should already be like Wednesday or Thursday, but it's Tuesday. Thanks for all the advice. By the way, I admire your skills with a sewing machine. I have one that I bought to make cosplays, but I'm horrible with it. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, it takes practice, but I mean, I think anyone can do it. The patterning is the hardest part, but you know, if you just use patterns that people have already made, I don't think it's too bad. It takes a little bit to figure out the wording, but if trying to make stuff from like just a picture, that's what really like stresses me out still to this day. I stopped doing custom orders because I was getting so stressed out, and I would postpone it for so long. And then I'm like, okay, well, the deadline's here. I have to make this thing. And it usually wasn't as bad as I like was worried it would be, but it was still causing me stress. So I was like, okay, I'm not going to do custom orders unless I feel pretty confident that I can use this like exact pattern that I've already done. But yeah, I started with hand sewing, and then I got my sewing machine, and then I did a lot of cosplays, and then I started getting more into plushies and hats. I've never actually been to the Louisville Con, but it's in a hotel now. I guess it wasn't big enough to where they could keep it going in the actual convention center. Okay. Yeah, I have to see. I don't think I've been to that one. There used to be one, like I said, I went to one called Fandom Fest, I think. It was in Louisville, and I think it was in the convention center. And then I think that one's like gone now. And then I used to do one like called PokeCon, or it was like put on by SakoshiCon. And they did a lot of Kentucky ones. They actually had one in Bowling Green, Kentucky. But those were some of my first ones that I ever did. But they also don't exist anymore, so. I get stressed trying to read the patterns. I bought one for a kimono and ended up throwing it out. No! Yeah, I started off watching videos. That's what I really love. And I guess that's why I make YouTube videos and tutorials too, because I love watching other people do videos. It just is easier for me to follow. Because in my opinion, the older sewing patterns, there's not enough pictures, and they'll be like, do this stitch and then fold over and then do this stitch, and I'm like, okay, I need a picture for every step that you just said. Don't act like I know what I'm doing, okay? Act like I know nothing. So that's why I try to include a lot of pictures in my sewing patterns, probably too many because then I can't upload the document file. Like Etsy makes me compress it to like non-existent. But it's just so helpful. And then I usually also make a video. I don't blame you, Carrie. I bought a couple clothing patterns last year and had to get my aunt's help with them for an outfit. I went from masks to plushies and skipped clothing, but they come out good. Honestly, I appreciate photos to death in patterns and videos. Yes. For some reason, I can understand clothing patterns, or not even patterns. I can understand how to like make a type of clothing better than I can like a stuffed animal. Like I can look at some kind of outfit and be like, okay, this is probably how they did this, or like look at the seams and see how they sewed it and stuff. But like for stuffed animals, I'm like, I don't understand how they did this. Which is funny because, I mean, my degree is in costume, like technology. So of course I had a lot of clothing classes, but even before then, like that's why I went into the costume degree, was because I was doing cosplay and already like doing this kind of sewing. But I don't like sewing clothes. Especially when it's like, will you alter my pants? No, I don't enjoy it. It's not fun. But that was like my whole degree, was like doing alterations for theater and making clothing from like scratch and like draping and stuff. And I'm like, I just want to make cute stuffed animals. It just brings me so much more joy. It's funny, I understand plushies faster than clothing. See, everyone's different. Everyone's got their thing. I appreciate patterns and pictures as well, but I'm a crocheter, so just totally different patterns. LOL. Yeah, and then there's people that can crochet, and I don't want to say I can't, because I can. I started when we found out that we were having a baby. I had really bad like I just low motivation because of all the hormones and everything. So I did not want to sew. But I was like, okay, I'll do crochet, because then I can just sit on the couch and kind of just be non-existent. And so I got the hang of crocheting, like simple to square, whatever, but I still don't know how to read the crochet patterns, which I haven't gave myself enough time, honestly. I learned how to do one little blanket, and I still haven't finished it. I should probably start working on that because the baby's gonna be here in a couple months. But that's okay, she won't know. But yeah, I have to like rewind those videos so many times when they're like, all right, now we're gonna do a double crochet in the third hole. Oh, because that's my other problem. I can't see where the, like where my loops are, I guess, where my crochet holes are. My chains, that's the word, chains. So when it's like, okay, go double crochet into your third chain, I'm like, but it all looks the same. I did crochet to a point and had to stop. Hurts my hands/wrists, and certain patterns and stuff broke my brain. Yeah, it is really hard on your hands too. I'm like, I don't need another hobby that is going to give me carpal tunnel at the age of 30. But I just really do love the idea. Bethany, my best friend, crochets, and I love the idea that she can just have this ball of yarn and like during like intermission of a game or like while we're waiting to figure out what we're gonna play, she can like crochet a possum or something. And I'm like, oh man, that's so nice. I wish I didn't have to like sit at my machine right now and make something. But that kind of goes hand in hand because I could just take I could hand sew stuff, or I could take stuff that needs to be hand sewn. And that's what I try to do. I set that aside when I have some downtime to do all the things that need to be hand sewn or stuffed. Some patterns are harder than others. I prefer making crochet plushies as they are worked in rounds and you can finish a small one in about 20 minutes. I'm not a fan of chains. Yeah, see, that's what I want to do is like plushies because that's what I love to sew. But that doesn't make sense to me. Like I can understand the chains and the squares and blankets, but I've tried to make a few plushies and that's the one where you have to know where you like start and stop, and you got to know when to increase. And yeah, I'm not to that point yet. It's like, we'll start out simple. We'll just do a square. I did a single crochet plush, a hat, a couple blankets, and mostly scarves, pot holders, trinkets, etc. The scale stitch for a dragon dice bag ruined me. Oh, I've seen those. I feel that. Yeah, the one that I've been doing, I think is like some kind of shell. I don't know if that's the correct name, but what I have written down on a napkin, actually, I have all the instructions, and it's like do shell stitch, or like do 3 shell stitches into whatever. If I remember, I'll try to grab it and show off. I don't think I've showed it off lately, how much I've done on it, but I'm getting to the point where it's like so big that it's taking longer, and I only bought 2 skeins of yarn, and now that it's bigger, one skein is not going to make it as far anymore. So I might, depending on how long it takes me to get the rest of this skein done, I might buy one more, and then whatever size it comes to, because it's not perfect. It is crooked. I definitely messed up my stitches, but I don't care. Baby's not going to care. The only person that might care is my mom, because she knows how to crochet. And when I showed it to her one time, she's like, it looks good, but this one looks a little like, I think you missed one of your stitches here or whatever. And I was like, well, it's too late. I'm not taking it apart. We're just gonna keep going. So it's gonna be a little crooked, but it's fine. It'll probably just be for display anyways, until she's like a toddler. Okay, that is the second pair of Mothman. Here's what the back looks like. Oh, so cute. So for my Mothman plushies, I actually didn't give him antennas. And I always thought that was really weird. But that's just the way that I drew him. But then I was like Googling pictures, because I was like, I bet everyone else has antennas for their Mothman, like characters or like drawings or something. But the actual Mothman statue in Point Pleasant doesn't even have like the Mothman antenna. he's got some kind of like radiator mask looking spikes kind of on his head. And then there was a couple that I saw that he kind of just got a bald head, kind of like mine. Not really bald, but like fuzzy, but no antenna. So I was like, okay, maybe I'm not crazy. Maybe there is a reason I didn't put antenna on him. No antenna on the statue, but he's all caked up in the back. He is. I love seeing those pictures. Yeah, and his wings are very like a spooky butterfly wings almost. So he's a cryptid. He's left up to any kind of interpretation. So if I don't want to put antennas on my plushies, I don't have to, and it's fine. But I did want to put them on the hat because it would kind of look bland, I feel like, if I just put big red eyes on a black long hat and nothing else. So we did put antennae on this one. Or we're going to, I guess I should say. So MEGACON is like in 3 weeks, something like that. But I potentially have to give Tia my stuff in like 2 weeks or less. And that also is what made me stress a little bit last night. I was like, because I'm going to be gone this weekend. And then I'm going to be gone the weekend right before MEGACON. So I can't give it to her that weekend. So that's why I have to give the stuff to her the next, like not this weekend, but next weekend. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Unless I want to make the like 2-hour trip, which I could. My mom said she would go with me. And instead of meeting her halfway, which is the plan. But then I'm like, well, is 2 days or 2 or 3 or whatever, like depending on what day my mom is off work, is that really going to make a difference of how much inventory I get made in those like 2 days or whatever? So I'll probably stick to just meeting her and just hardcore crunch for 2 weeks. It's just weird because I haven't been working like from home or like working on my sewing stuff every single day anymore because I help out at my stepdad's shop, which is nice right now because it's kind of like a dead season, you know. I'm not getting a lot of orders online and I don't have any conventions. But it's really weird to go from sewing and making a whole bunch of inventory and product and then just coming home for 4 or 5 hours and just getting a couple of things done. It really messes with my brain. And I feel unaccomplished even though I just worked, you know, I guess technically like part-time. They're both my part-time jobs right now is what it's feeling like. But that's okay. I think I needed it because I really was a workaholic for a while, especially 2020 made me a workaholic, I think, because that's all that I really could do was work and then sell my stuff like on Etsy and online. which was very nice for income, but not good for like mental health and doing other stuff, because I was very bad about disciplining my time, like I'm working. Hi, Stitched. Welcome. We are making Mothman hats. But yeah, I'm glad that I'm not as much of a workaholic anymore, because I mean, money is nice. I do like money. But also, I was, you know, especially when Joey and I first started dating, I still wanted to work like late into the night. And I'm like, no, I gotta make time for him. You're con prepping? Yay! Me too. We can con prep together. Is it crunch time yet for you, or still like chill con prep for now? If there's ever a chill con prep, I guess. Have until the 19th. Okay. I think that's this today. I have a calendar. I haven't put it up yet. Is the 19th a Monday? Or am I crazy? It's a Sunday. Okay. So you have until Sunday. Nice. So you're kind of crunching. I hope it goes good for you. I hope you get everything done that you want to. Oh, my bobbin's out. My machine's getting so old where it doesn't tell me anymore if my bobbin's running low. And then this time it did. Like, it changes its mind sometimes. I have been looking at doing our farmers market that's here, and I messaged them last summer, like when they started up the season, but I guess I was too late. I guess they started like now, because I just saw another post saying, if you're interested in being like a vendor for the farmers market, come to this meeting like next Friday or something. And I'm like, I have to go to a meeting to sell, potentially, like that's not even for sure, but potentially sell at this farmers market in this small town. And so before I even show up, I was like, let me ask to make sure that I can sell my stuff. And so I commented and was like, are handmade or like handmade sewn items acceptable to sell, or is it just food, produce, baked goods kind of thing? Because that's usually what most people sell, but I was curious. And they said, I took it very aggressively. It probably wasn't aggressively, but it said, as long, hold on, let me read the exact comment, because I took it as, you know, text messages, you never know how people are meaning them, but you can sell crafts as long as they are handmade. Come to the meeting. No punctuation, nothing, no capital, nothing. That's what it said. And I was like, okie dokie. I don't know, maybe they were mad that I commented on the post, because the post technically did say any questions can be addressed to this person at this cell phone number. But I saw that this person that said, you know, address this person is the person that made the post. So I was like, I'm just gonna comment. Like, that's what Facebook is for. But yeah, I took it sassy, but I don't know if they meant it in a sassy way. Weird. My markets are sign online. Yeah, this is a small town, so they probably behind the times. Like I said, the Facebook, they probably would rather you call them. It didn't even say text; it said call. And I'm like, I think I'm a millennial, but I'm really close to is it Gen Z is the next one? I don't want to call people. Like, I'll call my friends and stuff to talk, but not businesses. Let me just email. Let me just text them. Our market moved to online sign up from paper applications. Added a couple meetings prior to market start of the year. But other than that, okay, so like meetings are a thing. Because I thought that was kind of weird. It feels like a town meeting. And I feel like I'm going to go there and everyone's going to be decades older than me. And I don't even know if my stuff would do good, but I think it would be a good thing. Like, this would be the year to try it because of the baby. Because it's going to be a lot better to, even if I have like a 4-week-old baby, as long as it's not freezing outside, it's going to be a lot nicer to go outside to my town square with the baby than try to go to these like really big conventions. So I was like, this is the year to try to start some new stuff, and we'll try it once. I don't even know which I'm sure they'll go over it in the meeting, what the cost is and how much, and like, do you have to be there every single Saturday? I think it's only Saturday morning. Don't know if my stuff will do good. I definitely am gonna shift and like really target the people that are gonna be there. So we're talking like cutlery holder, like travel cutlery sets. That's about all I got right now. I'll take a few of the nerdy stuff, but I'm pretty sure that's not going to be the audience. Maybe some embroidered. I really want to get into like pet embroidery, if they accept that, because I don't know. That's technically, if I'm still doing the digitizing, I'm making it, but they might be like, that doesn't count as homemade, handmade. I don't trust when Mark is asked to call them. LOL, I became friends with our market organizer. I think that's always good. It's kind of like how I always wanted to be friends with like the teachers, because I do feel like they'll be a little bit biased. It's probably not the best, like especially when it comes to conventions, that there's like bias in the application process, but also I get cup and rock vendors in my markets. Interesting. The cup vendors, they're really big right now. If it's the same cups I'm thinking of, which has the like the tumblers with all the artwork on it, and like the sublimation cups, yeah, those are really, that and like 3D printing is crazy. So yeah, I'll let you guys know if I go to this meeting. I want to, but I know I'm going to be going by myself probably. I don't think Joey will want to go because I don't even want to go. And my other option is like, do I take my mom? But I'm going to try to work up the nerve to go and just do it. But you'll never know if you don't try. They unfortunately have allowed MLM sellers into our market sometimes, and I do argue against it. But in the end, we're a super small town with hardly any vendors as it is. Yeah, those are always so annoying. Like, I know there's people that buy it, but I'm just glad that some conventions don't. Like, conventions, lots of them are very against that. So I'm glad that, glad that they understand not to put us in the same, like, don't put us on the same platform. That's not the word. Same stage, same scale as them. But yeah, for our, like, we have like a vent on the square or whatever in the fall. And I did it last year, and it was really good for like my hometown of like people that I didn't think would like, you know, anime and Pokemon. Did pretty good. But they had a lot of things like that, and it was like still before the election, so there's a lot of people with their tables, and that's fine. It's like a, you know, that's the town event. But yeah, at farmers market though, like, I wouldn't like that. Or I guess that's technically not a farmer's market. That's just like market. But yeah, we have cups, rocks, crystals, baked goods, traveling farmers, actual crafters, resellers. Oh, okay, so you got a lot of different sellers, vendors. One sad thing is the HorrorCon I'm doing has an art thief. They sold artwork from Hell of a Boss merch. And like what? Made it, or like said it was their own? Like took stuff from the Hell of a Boss merchandise and is trying to pass it as their own. I feel like it's getting so bad, especially that in like AI art. It's getting so crazy now. Which makes sense because the internet is getting just so easily accessible for everyone, and just there's so much out there now that you're like, who came first? What product or idea? Who had it first? And I have a funny, I don't know if I told it. I have a funny story about AI. But let me get this going first, otherwise I'll mess up my thought process. I'm gonna have to cut another piece of black. Okay, I hope I didn't cut that too short. Okay, now we're good. Okay, so I can't remember if I told this on here. I think I told Bethany, and I know I told Joey because he was there, but we stayed at Joey's aunt's house for Christmas, and she had this really cute matching like shower curtain, toilet cover, and rug, and I'm pretty sure it was AI art because I think I have told this, but the snowflakes, it was like a snowman with snowflakes in like this winter scene. The snowflakes would merge into like icicles, and the buttons on his like snowman buttons didn't have the right like shadows for the depth. It looked like they were floating off his body, and the sticks kind of just would like vanish, like they would like be a long like stick for his arm, and then the tips would kind of just like disappear. And then there's like ornaments, but the ornaments didn't have they didn't make sense, you know? It was like, why Why is this ornament here? What is this ornament attached to? It's just floating. And I'm not the best. Like, some of my AI art is getting really, like, good. And because I'm not an artist, I'm not necessarily a good drawing artist. I can't pinpoint, like, oh, you know, an actual artist wouldn't have made this decision with, like, I'm not getting into that. I'm not that good. But the ones that I'm like, okay, this doesn't make sense. So if I notice it, odds are it probably is AI. Yeah, they stole it. That's awful. And it's so frustrating when there's, like, people like that are selling, and then there's people that didn't get in that are actually artists. Like, it's just so frustrating when they take away from the people that are actually need to get in that convention to, like, make money, to, like, pay rent. And I know that there's a lot of the cup tumbler people that do the sublimation that are notorious for just taking stuff off the internet. I think a lot of them are in vendor. At least they're not in the artist alley, but still. And I know some people take, like, comic book artwork or magazines or something, and, like, that's a little different. But if people are taking actual artwork from somebody else, then that's what, like, makes me mad. Or, you know, don't try to say that you're selling, like, you drew something when it's, like, directly copied from the comic book or anime or something. Once the con starts, I'm telling the con staff about them. Do it. I know some people are worried to do that because they're worried that there might be some, like, pushback. But I mean, you could even just, like, mention and be like, you know, I you know, this seems a little suspicious. How do you guys feel? Am I being crazy or? Ow! Punched my sewing machine. Did my music stop? Okay. No, it looks like it's playing. It might be really quiet right now. I added some new songs to the YouTube library because YouTube didn't flag me or anything for the copyright because, I mean, I'm using their copyright-free library. Or technically it's not copyright-free. It's licensed material that is free to use. But it says I should never have to pay for the license because I guess when the people uploaded the music, they agreed to not get any money. Like, it can be used, but they won't ask for, like, royalties or anything. So oh should be good. Shouldn't get any copyright claims or anything like that. This is the last of the antennas, but when it was stitching out, the thread got caught and then it unthreaded itself. So I'm just going over it real quick so we can cut these up and look at them. Might do a stream on Twitch tonight. Nice, do it. If you do, you're in the Discord, right? Message the Discord or like post that you're gonna do a live. I'll try to, if you do, I'll try to check it out. We grab fast food on Tuesdays, so shouldn't have to cook or anything. Just kind of depends on games, if we're doing any games or anything. Which we are gonna play this new game. No idea what it's called. Hold on, I'll look it up for you. It's a horror game. But by the time we were gonna get ready to play, that's when Tia called me and was like, all right, let's talk MEGACON. And I was like, okay, I'm ready. I'll be con prepping on the stream. Nice. Yeah, I would love to just do, which I did it with Bethany, and I would love to do it again. But she is back to being off on the weekends. And I usually try not to work on the weekends, and that's when like we would stream. Because she was off on Thursdays, and we could stream on Thursdays. But just do like an all-day. It'd be really cool to do a whole week of just con prepping live. If I did that though, I would have to set up my other camera so you can see my cutting table, because it would be a lot of back and forth. I don't have enough stuff prepared for that, for not to like have to go back and forth on my cutting table. And now I have all these black scrap pieces, which is perfect for ghost face and no face. Daisy is also covered in mud, so she's licking herself. Not as bad as Ridley though, luckily, because I think mostly because she has short hair. But Ridley, being a border collie, it just clings to him. When he got dirty like this weekend, I think, when the snow first started to melt, and Joey's like, should we give him a bath? And I was like, I can't give him a bath because I can't be like bent over the bathtub and all that, but if you want to give him a bath, go ahead, but I'm not gonna tell you to give him a bath or that he needs a bath, because I don't even want to give him a bath. So you make that call. Like, I think he'll be okay, because it dries, and then, like I said, it turns to like dust, and by tomorrow he'll look fine. But I was like, you want to give him a bath, which is a good thing he didn't, because he, you know, is back to looking dirty the next day. But I'm like, I'm not gonna tell anyone to give any of our dogs a bath, because I don't want to do it. And we finally have a good dog sitter, but I need to like somewhat clean the house before so that it looks decent. But I told her when she watched them last time, like, the floors, they're gonna get nasty, okay? So don't even, if they come in and like track stuff like paw prints, you can just take a towel. We have like specific dog towels. Like, take a towel, wipe them up, but other than that, bring some slippers because it gets dusty. It is not worth the time to try to mop the floors, and on a daily basis, that is. Like, of course, we want to mop our floors, but no sense in putting in the time every day. Once a week, honestly, is pretty good. Same with dusting. Don't even try to dust every day, because it's gonna look like you haven't dusted for years. All right, here's our little antennae. I think they look so cute. They kind of have a little curve to them. I did that on purpose, but I mean, honestly, it's not enough to tell. I can kind of tell by looking at the, let's see, like this. By looking at the little triangles, you can see that they're tilted in. But I think that's a thing like only I would notice. We'll try to pair them up correctly. And then this is the one, I don't even know if you can see. Do you guys see the white kind of showing through it all on the red? This is one that I did like right at the beginning of the stream where my bobbin was pulling up and this was all white instead of red. So then I had the red, I like started all over and had the red go over it again. I think it'll be okay, but I do have this extra one because then I also messed up the very, very first one. So we're gonna use this first. And then if I'm desperate, the next time I make Mothman, we'll use this one. But we have some perfectly good ones right here. I used to have 3 dogs. I have 5 cats now. It's still a lot to keep up with. Antennae are cute. Thank you. Yeah, I think cats are really cute. I just don't know if I would ever, I mean, especially with the dogs, if I'd ever own cats. I joke with Joey that, because we're having a little girl, he's not a big cat person either. And I'm like, well, you're probably going to get a cat when our daughter is like, Daddy, I want a cat. I love cats. They're my favorite animal in the whole world. And we love animals. We're very animal people. But we just really love dogs. I think just because our personality fits really well with them. But we'll go and see like our friends and family's cats and we're like, oh. But they just, cats' personalities can be so different. I guess that's the same kind of with dogs too, but some cats want nothing to do with you, and other cats are like, please don't leave me alone. And that's what we need, honestly. We need a clingy cat. Because we clingy people. Our dogs are clingy dogs. Except for kind of Obi. He's pretty independent. But not like cat independent. Plus, I didn't know when you're pregnant, you're not supposed to clean out cat litter boxes because of the bacteria that they can have. So that was one of the things they asked me if I had cats, and I saw that like keep coming up, like don't clean out cat litter boxes, don't like have somebody else do it. if you do have a cat. And I was like, that's really interesting. I didn't know that. It's a lot of things that you find out. And I thought that I knew quite a bit because I have, like, my sisters were all pregnant before me. 2 dogs and 2 cats, says Stitch. My oldest cat used to bully all 3 dogs. They feared him. One of my dogs is 10 years old. Oh, nice. Yeah, I think all of our dogs would be scared of cats. Like, Obi acts really tough with the cats in the neighborhoods that are just, like, walking around. But don't let that fool you, because he would go over to my friend Tia's house. She has a cat. And he will not go past the front door because the last time that he was there, that cat, like, swatted at him, and the cat still had claws. And, yep, he will not go any further in that house than the front door. And then he whines to leave, like he doesn't want to be there. And then Ridley has been around cats because Joey's aunt that would watch him for us sometimes had a cat. And she was a really nice cat. She's one of our favorite cats as far as cats go. But she also would let Ridley know if, like, hey, you know, you're too close to me. And sometimes she just goes up and, like, swats him for no reason. He's just, like, laying in the corner. And he gets up and, like, walks to the other side of the room and just, like, avoids her. Daisy has only met 1 cat before. And that was from a distance. That was Allie's cat. And we were holding, like, she was holding the cat. I was holding Daisy. And Daisy was a puppy. And then they didn't see each other. And then you see them see each other. Both of their hair goes up. And we're like, all right, time to go. I'll take Daisy. And so we left. And that was the only experience she's technically had with a cat, other than the ones that travel around the neighborhood. But they don't get close enough to do anything or meet or whatever. Other than when they like to get in our trash. You could definitely tell when the snow is on the ground. There's these little cat paw prints just, like, all up our driveway and on our carport. We have a trash, like, bin now, but before it would drag, like, a whole steak scraps out of the garbage can. Unfortunately, no pets. I want pets, but my partner is not a pet person. LOL. Aw. Yeah, that's the hardest thing, I think, is if you're, like, with someone that either is, like, really allergic and can't have pets, or they're just not, like, a pet kind of person. That was on my list of, like, dating, was they had to like dogs. They had to want children. And at the time, I was very religious, and, like, just some religion of some kind of, like, was important to me. But that's kind of changed now. I'm open to whatever. You don't have to have the same. Yes, Ridley. I would let you up here and you could see everyone, but you're dirty. So I can't let you up here. Yeah. I think they can see your nose, though. Yeah, they can see your nose. Your dirty nose. Okay, that's enough. That's enough, because I'm about to work with black fabric. Okay, go. Watch out. And I don't need dirt on it. Alright, so I didn't, usually when I make little, like, ears or something, I bring the bottom, like, back down, so I have kind of like a placeholder so that it hangs down in the fabric. But I didn't do that for this, and I think it'll be okay, because we'll probably just go up, like, 1/2 inch when we're putting this in, and it'll be like that. But I think it'll be a good size. I don't want them, like, outrageously tall, because then they're just gonna flop over. But I just hope that they're not too small. because I don't want to put wire in them or anything. I never have a good time with putting wire in my hats. It's just always an extra step that I don't feel is necessary, because you want your hat to be comfy. And if there's wire in there, I've found ways to keep it where it's not poking your head. But like, you know, I want it comfy where you can like sleep in it if you want. And if you have this hard wire that's like in the ear, you know, I just want to keep the comfy vibes. All right, so now we're gonna look at placement. Let me make sure he's somewhat facing the right way. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Like it would go like this. But this is only half of it, so it's hard for me to look that way because in my head. What are you doing? Hold on, let me see what they're getting into. It sounded like they knocked off the doggy door. I don't see anything. Okay, no, go lay down. Maybe somebody just jumped up on the door. Oh yeah, but I was saying it's hard to see one half of it while I'm trying to like look at the screen, but then my head is turned, so. We're gonna leave this one in here and I'm gonna do the other half and just put a pin in it and see if I like the placement. You're disgusting, Ridley. I can't believe you got that dirty. I mean, I can't believe it. Can you guys see? You can see him, but the worst part is like his butt. I think I have my, like, I probably have my intro and my outro music on this playlist. And I need to take it off because it probably is gonna, like, throw people off. But I heard it earlier when I was, like, going through music to add to the playlist. I heard it and I was like, oh, that's my intro music. But the plan is to, if I have enough room, I'll just save it to my laptop and have it in a folder where it'll go through, because right now it's just playing out of like YouTube Studio. But once it cycles through, I think like 50 songs, then it stops. So I need to like have it on a thing where it'll keep playing. now we're gonna pin these two hats together. It's gonna look clunky because I got these pins in here. You guys should be proud of me. I reordered my like labels that go on my hats before I ran out. I probably still have a good like 10. So I might not run out of labels before I get my new labels. I actually did it this time. In the thumbnail, I have, of course, Mothman plushie. I also have a Momo plushie because I have a lot of people, especially at MEGACON, that ask me for a Momo hat because I have my Appa hat. And that is all in the list to make as well. It's been on there for a while. Probably like a couple years now. So I'm hoping maybe if we have time, I'll make a Momo hat today too. I'll just like do like a sketch or something. But I don't want to use the Momo fur because that stuff is very thin and it like sheds and it doesn't stretch well. Or it actually stretches too much. So it wouldn't really make a good hat. So I think I'll just use white fleece, which I also don't love making white hats. And then there was a couple of ideas like, should I make the long part the ears where it kind of like is just hanging down, or make it hang down and like the ear, like the hang down is kind of like its arms, and then put the ears, because I think it would look weird if the ears were the pockets, because what makes Momo Momo is the ears. So I think it would look really cool to have these like kind of big floppy ears on top of the hat. Yay, LOL. Speaking of Appa, your pattern, did you draft it yourself or is it based on Charlie Nights? Morbid curiosity as a creator mostly, LOL. To be honest, I think Momo's ears being the sleeves would be cute, but that's me. I like the idea of the big floppy ears on top. Yeah, see, it's like so split. So I might do 2 different designs and see. But my Appa is actually my own design. I drafted it myself during COVID, during 2020. That was like my really big seller. Because Charlie Nights is the one that's like a sitting one, right? That has the legs out to the side. So it's a little different. And then mine is like the standing. But no, I don't mind to ask. All of my patterns are made and like drafted by me, unless I state otherwise. I've bought a few patterns, like I bought like a backpack pattern, but I haven't made it yet, so. All of my digitizing for embroidery and all my patterns, like other than, like this hat pattern was one that I got from like Simplicity, like from Walmart. Just the base, not like the ears or whatever, but the base of the hat. But yeah, I think that's about it. But yeah, that's my own pattern that I drafted, and now you can purchase it for yourself. It's on my website and my Etsy, I think. Okay, so what do we think about this? Just generally, whoops. Do we like the placement? Do we think the spacing is good? I think that's good, right? Because we don't, unless we want it a little bit, and it might end up actually being a little more straight up and down, not quite out to the side. But I don't know if we want them much more, like we don't want them really like this, right? We want them kind of like this. Like, I know your hats are modified from an animal hat pattern because I bought it too. Oh yeah, you have that the simplicity pattern. It's like for fur hats, and there's like a group of like teenagers, it looks like, in front of this like rock backdrop or something. I don't know if it's the exact same, but that's what the base pattern looks like. Yeah, I want to use it for FurryCon stuff. Yeah, I think like it's on my list to go to a FurryCon because I do think that these type of hats would be really good there. I just haven't done one yet, and I haven't found one that is close enough or that I've heard like good things about. But I probably won't get to it this year because I think a lot of them, ironically, seem to be in the summer. But if I find one in like September, that wouldn't be bad. I attended BLFC in Reno last year because I got waitlisted for it otherwise. Oh, you attended it. Okay, nice. Did you have fun? Was it still fun to attend? So I figured I'd go get a feel for the type of event and use my own partial fursuit. Nice. Loved it. Came home with COVID. Oh no. That's a good idea though, yeah, to check it out. Get the vibes. And then you can also network too with the other vendors and see like how they you don't have to like necessarily be like how are you doing, how much money you're making, but you can ask like, oh yeah, how's the convention going for you? Like I want to sell here one day, or like I want to apply. And usually most artists are pretty forthcoming and be like, oh yeah, this is a really good one, I highly recommend it. Or they're like, no, don't. Like pass on this one. I found out FurCons have a huge thing around just leaving stickers, business cards, freebies, etc. on tables all over the show. Interesting. I didn't know that. I know some people do the like outside their door, like their hotel room door. I've seen that where they like have a pile of stuff. Or like a take it or leave it kind of thing. And I always think that's really cool. I love seeing people's like haul that they got. Just the random stuff. Earlier, I couldn't think for the life of me the hats that I wanted to make that were new designs. I could only think of Mothman and Momo. And I was like, I know there's so many others that I want to do. And now I'm thinking of all the things that I want to do. They weren't necessarily new designs, but I wanted to do Latios and Latios from Pokemon. Because I used to do them back in like 2015 probably. And they were some of my most popular hats on Etsy. And then I kind of just stopped making them because it takes a lot of time to put the like symbol on their forehead. But I feel that now that my skills have improved a little bit, I I have ways, like I have the embroidery machine, I have like a better sewing machine and stuff, because I was hot gluing that on and it was taking forever. So I think I could improve that pattern now. But I forgot that that was one that I wanted to work on too. I didn't wander around the hotel floors, just the show floor, but yeah, freebies everywhere. Came home with a good collection of stickers and business cards. Nice! That sounds so fun. I did my con recap video last Friday. I uploaded it. And just forgot how much I liked doing that Pride event that I did. So I really want to look into more Pride events, specifically indoor ones, because I just really like indoor events a lot better than outdoor ones. But at least usually, like if they do it in Pride Month, it'll be in the summer, so you probably won't run into a lot of rain or wind. It just might be like scorching heat. All right, let's check out the Mothman. And I was like, oh, I'll just do one. But we're almost done with 3 of them. Other than attaching the eyes, I probably won't attach all the eyes. I don't know, maybe I will. It kind of looks like little puppy dog ears. The good thing is, like, the embroidery kind of helps them flop forward instead of like back. And I think it actually adds some stiffness so they stand up by themselves. But I think that looks really good. Let me see if I can just put the eyes on and pin them on, or if it's going to be too distracting. We're just going to do big red circles. I just got to see about the placement, and then also, do I want little white like pupils? Whoop, almost spilled my coffee. That would have been good. Okay, let's see. Oh no, that looks cute! Figure out which way to turn it. Look at it. It's very hard to do the reverse. Okay, now let me just put little bitty, just little bitty white pupils. Because I can make it look real cute. Like, you know, I could do like little cute dots. But also this is Mothman, so like, do we want it cute or we want it manly? Like, the statue of Mothman is scary, I think. Other than it's dumpy. But my Mothman plushie doesn't have white on the eyes, so I don't... Oh, that's cute too, though. I don't know if I want to add the whites of the eyes. Sorry about punching the mic. Oh, that's so cute. I don't know, honest opinion, guys. Like, I know it's kind of hard to tell for sure right here. But do you guys like the white? Do you like just the red? And I could do both. I can always. I can do one way, one the other, and see, like, at the convention who likes what. Mothman approval. Very cute. I like both versions. Ashley said, I don't know how you'd feel about them, but punk rock flea market type shows for crafters have been good to me. Just usually indoors, so very loud music, but people from all walks of life and fandoms. That sounds awesome. Like, that's what I loved about the Pride event, is they had, like, you know, drag shows and contests, and like there's always something going on, and there's always like loud music and stuff, but the vibes were awesome. How would black dots look? Let me see. Sorry, I think I inhaled some fleece. Let's see how black dots would look. It's a good idea. And I could always I lost my train of thought. Something about the pupil. Oh, I can always make these bigger or smaller. Like pupil wise. And I can always do white inside the black. The black doesn't look bad either. I think I do like the white because it like pops a little more. But you know what else? You could also put a little bit of white inside. Or would it be opposite? Would you do white with a little bit of black? Well, no, technically Appa's eyes are like this. Like something like that. With the little bitty pupils. Little bitty pupils. That's cute too. This gives a little bit more of like an anime vibes. So conflicted. Gosh, the baby is kicking my ribs. Okay, I don't have little black, but I was doing like a little reverse of the white with like a black pupil. You can't really see that. I agree. I think the white makes a better accent. That makes it look like he's looking up and to the side. Yeah, which he could be looking up and to the side. Totally acceptable. I mean, I could change it and make him look straightforward. But there's so many different options. Okay, we'll sit on this for a minute and we'll do the other ones. And then I will sew them on. We'll put the little pupils over there in the basket. Watch out, Rid. Excuse me. Thank you. So cute. What a cute guy. I'm curious how these will sell. I think that they'll do good because like my Mothman plushies, I have Mothman plushies, keychains, and stickers, and they sell pretty good. But also this is like a higher ticketed item, so you never know. Like, yes, people are Mothman fans, but like how How big of a Mothman fan are they? But this would be an easy, like, Mothman costume. Because odds are you probably have blacks that you can wear. And you can wear it with the hat. All right, let's see. This one goes this way. Okay, my music is yet to run out. That's good. And we're almost 2 hours in, so I didn't realize I had that many songs. Unless it's just continuously playing the same songs. I don't know. I have it turned down on my side. Because if I turn it up on my desktop, that also turns it up on my Streamlabs. But hey, it's better than having ads randomly pop up and worrying about YouTube getting mad at me. So do you all know what a rotary cutter is? Like that you use for fabric, to cut fabric. It's kind of like a pizza cutter for fabric is what I call it. Sometimes they use them at Joann's to cut fabric, but now they got those electric cutters. I don't know how I feel about those. But anyways, I have a rotary cutter, which is like a pizza cutter basically for fabric, and I just changed the blade out on it probably last week. So it is really sharp. It has a new blade, really sharp. Saturday, I think, I was cutting some stuff. I think I was cutting hats. And I'm usually really good about closing it so that the blade's not open and I don't cut myself on it. But whatever I was doing really fast, I like cut, I think, the hat and like set it aside. And then I was moving the fabric and then I was going to pick it back up again. Well, since I didn't cover the blade, like I didn't close it, I picked it up and I picked it up by the blade, like is how I was trying to pick it up. But that didn't last long, of course, because as soon as my fingertips touched it, it felt like paper cuts on all of the ends of my tips of my fingers. And I let go, of course. But I could just see, like, luckily, only one of them was kind of bad, like enough for it to bleed, where I had to get a band-aid because it wouldn't like stop. But they're all better now. But yeah, I was like, well, why did I just do that? That really hurt. I was gonna say, is it already dull and sad again? That, yeah, probably give me just a few more days and it probably will be. That's how it usually goes. Yep, the fabric pizza cutter. Ow, yeah, it hurt. And so I went into the bathroom to grab toilet paper and Joey was there. And I was like, I just cut myself on my rotary cutter, which I've only done that like maybe 2 times. That was the second time that I actually like made myself bleed. The other times have been just like maybe I got like a scratch, but it didn't bleed. But I went in the bathroom and I was like, I just cut myself on a rotary cutter. And he's like, what? How? And I was like, I picked it up by the wrong end. I didn't close it, and I like went to pick it up. And so then he comes in here, and I'm explaining it to him, and he's like trying to do. I was like, don't try to do it. Like, don't try to cut yourself. And so of course then he's like, well, now I'm gonna do it more. I want to see what you did. I want to do it. You know how he be. Now he's like, now that you told me not to do it, now I want to do it. I'm like, stop. No, just look at my hand. Just acknowledge that I hurt myself, please. And that's all we need. We don't have to talk about it anymore. Put the blade down. I somehow cut myself with scissors more than X-Acto knives, box cutters, but like never a rotary. It's weird. I cut myself with scissors a whole lot. Surprisingly, you would think. But I'll go to like cut something and like holding it like this, and I'll like catch the inside of my hand. I don't know if you guys ever do that. Or like the tip of my finger. It's really sad. Like I'm very accident prone. And I don't use a lot of X-Acto knives or box cutters, so that's probably a good thing because I would probably cut myself a lot. And then just like knives in the kitchen, I cut myself on those. Not a whole lot, but just like last month, I think I cut myself cutting an orange open. And Joey's like, why were you cutting an orange open? Just peel it. And I was like, no, then my hands smell like orange. Like all day, no matter how many times I wash them. Yeah, you catch the webbing of your fingers. It's so easy. I use the knives to trim sharp things off resin. I cut myself on kitchen knives and mandolin slicers. Oh, yeah, a lot though. Accident Club. Yeah. I don't know, like, if that is mandolin. I think I know what that is. It's like the ones that are like laying down, right? Almost like a cheese grater type, but it's like sliced. That's what I'm thinking of. I don't know if that's the right thing. Yeah, for like onions and stuff, where you can just like run it across. Yeah, those things are nice, but they scare me. Same with like the cheese graters and stuff. I usually try to be very cautious with not getting, like, I probably waste a lot more than I should because I'm like, that's close enough. I have a protective thing and still manage to get my fingers. Those long flat ones, yeah. Yeah, I think we have something like that because we have... Actually, I don't know. Well, yeah, I think that we have... So we have like a cutter that's like a container and it's like a chopper. And you can put the... It's like, you know, like a grid, and it has another thing up here that has like a grid. And you can put the onion and then close it and it'll chop it into like squares. Or I think you can change out the blade and you can make it a slicer like that. And it comes with the little plastic, and I think you like stab it in there. That way you can run it over, but we never use that setting, so I haven't got to experience how good I would do with that. And I love our onion cutter thing, but it's a pain to clean. So I don't use it as much as we probably should. Sometimes I'm like, oh, this makes my life so much easier. And then I'm like, well, now I have to clean it. Yeah, I have one of those too. My favorite chopping tool. It's really handy. We mostly use it for onions. But yeah, then it gets stuck in there, and it has a little tool that you can run through and clean it, but it doesn't mean that the blades don't get stuff caught in them. All right, let's throw a tag in here. So I got one with a button on the top half that pushes through the grid and cleans out all the parts. Oh, that's nice. That would probably be really handy. Yeah, I usually try to like soak it or like clean it off right when I use it. Otherwise, then I have to soak it and like take, like our water pressure is not really strong, but if I could just blast it with some pretty strong water, that might work. Sorry, my Streamlabs is like, it's not used to this many people talking, but the order is out, like the way that it's ordered, and it's like sending 2 notifications at a time. But at least they're different notifications. It's not like, you should subscribe, you should subscribe. Like, at least it's something a little different. But I only have, I think, like 4 things. So eventually it'll probably be the same thing. I was watching Mei Yang. I believe her YouTube channel is Mei Yang Art. But she came into the live last Tuesday, and I watched her vlog today, and I'm in her vlog because she was watching the live, and I was like, oh my gosh, it's Inception. So I thought that was so cool. So if you haven't checked out her channel, definitely check it out. She does a lot of like chill, cozy art vlogs, like studio vlogs. It happens. Immortalized. Okay, let's see. Let me go over if I missed any. And then I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. And I'll try to remember. I'll grab my crochet, what I've done on the crochet baby blanket. Show it off. Mothman number 2. I'm really excited about this. I'm excited to add this to my rotation of hats. My catalog of hats. I want to try to do more that's just like not themed, not copyright stuff, more like, oh, here's a dog hat, here's a cat hat, for the people that don't, if I don't have their like fandom, they're like, oh, well, I like dogs, I'll get this dog hat. But I'm gonna run to the bathroom, be right back. Okay, here's what I have. And it's lopsided because I haven't gone around the other side yet, but also it's probably going to be lopsided anyways. So, yeah. And this is probably one, maybe a half. I don't think, maybe 1 1/4 skeins of yarn. But yeah, I might just do 2. We'll see how big it is when we get there. But this is my little crochet project for the baby blanket that I've been doing. And it's the Hobby Lobby Baby Bee brand that's like really soft. And this is before we knew it was a girl, so I just went with green to be safe. But I'm gonna put this back in my bag before I accidentally pull some stitches. All right, let's do the last Mothman. And then I might as well just go ahead and finish them. I know I keep going back and forth. Like, do I want to finish them? Do I want to move on to something different? But I like accomplishing things. So that I can feel like I did something. Like, I like finishing things so I feel like I accomplished something. Because sometimes I try to do a whole bunch of things in one day, like get started on a bunch of hats or plushies, or like cut a bunch of stuff one day. And even though I did a lot of work because I cut a bunch of stuff, I don't feel like I accomplished anything. So my motivation stays the best when I actually finish something. I think it looks good. Thank you. What? You don't want a pile of unfinished things like me? I mean, I'm not saying I don't have a pile of unfinished things. I just don't prefer it. Because, like, all these drawers are filled with stuff that's pre-cut. And it would just be really nice if those were empty. But they're not. But hey, they're there when I need them, if I remember. Because I have one of them is Magikarp hats, and I'm pretty sure there's like 10 Magikarp hats in there that are cut and ready to sew. But I mean, when someone orders a Magikarp hat, it's good and I can grab it. But what I would really love to do, and I would really hate it, but I would love to do it, and I've done it before, is make all 10 of those Magikarp hats, and then I don't have to make Magikarp hats for potentially a year. And that would be just so cool. I say, needing to go sew together dice bags and bats. Yeah, we all have our whips, right? We all have our work in progress things. The dust is getting to me, the fuzz. My music finally stopped. All right, we're gonna play it again, but this time I'm gonna make it alphabetical. And then hopefully you won't hear, it won't be in the exact same order. And let me turn it up just a little bit. And you guys tell me if that's like too loud. Because then I can hear if it stops. Okay. If that's too loud, just let me know. I know, and again, some songs are louder than others, so I'm trying to keep an ear out if one's like blasting. And I like to put the two sides together like this to kind of see if the antennas are the right like space apart. Because that's one thing I don't do with my patterns. I don't mark, like, I don't have like darts, I don't have marks, I don't have like guide points or reference points, I guess. I have a bruise where I don't think you guys can see it, but I had to get my blood drawn for the glucose test for my pregnancy to see if I had gestational diabetes. Still waiting to hear back. I feel like I'll know for sure tomorrow, but I called and that really threw me off. Usually they say, you know, no news is good news, so I'm assuming it's good news. The one major time I marked a pattern, I still sewed the feet into the wrong place, so I kept that one. Yeah, I don't like mark seam allowance or anything. All my patterns have seam allowance built in. Which is something I have to remember when I'm making patterns for like other people like to sell or use. I have to remember that not everyone eyeballs it. Lots of people like to know and like line it up with their presser foot or line it up with the markers on their machine. I'm like, no, we'll just eyeball it. Lately at the shop, because I take stuff in to work on usually when I don't have work to do there, and I have been taking Pikmin bucket hats, and I now have yellow, red, and blue Pikmin hats. And so I got all the yellow ones done and all the red ones done, but then I also have them listed on Etsy, and I sold like 2 red ones, and I only had like 5 red bucket hats. Because what I do is I get the bucket hat as the base, and then I add the Pikmin stem and the leaves and the flowers. And I only have 5 of the hats, so now I only have 3. And I was like, do I relist this on Etsy? Because it's sold out. Or do I keep this stock for MEGACON? That's always the confliction, right? Do I put it on Etsy and see if I can make money now? Or do I leave it and have inventory for MEGACON? So I currently have it left as sold out, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to order more bucket hats today or tomorrow. And those take a little while to come in because unfortunately I get those off of like Temu or Amazon. Like I get my beanie blanks off of Amazon, but I haven't found a place to get good just bucket hat blanks. And they take about a month to come in. So I need to stop just buying 5. I need to buy more like 10 of each color that I use. But then it makes me nervous because I'm like, oh, 10. But then I'll be prepared and I won't have to worry about splitting my stock between Etsy and conventions. I eyeball it most of the time, only line up certain patterns. Yeah. And I think some people are really good at eyeballing things. I think it's a gift. All right. And there we have it. Just check my seams. Looking good. And I'm going to plug in my hot glue gun. Because what we're going to do is hot glue the eyeballs on. And then we're going to sew them on. But the hot glue is just so that they don't move when I go to sew them. It's a struggle being pregnant and trying to bend over and pick things up. That's why I started teaching Daisy to pick things up for me, but unfortunately she can't plug in electrical things yet. No, I wouldn't have her do that. Okay, we'll change this to red thread while that is heating up. And then let's see, we're at, 2.5 minutes. What time? 3:30. So I'm conflicted. Like, I could work on Umbreon. And I can get them done in the live. Or I could start on a Momo design. Or I can also do Pochita. I've made a Pochita. I think I made like 2 Pochita hats. So I have the stuff. I don't have Momo cut out and I don't have Pochita cut out. But I mean, that wouldn't take too long. Let me look up a picture of Momo real quick. Have to put Momo avatar because that Momo face thing scares the absolute bejesus out of me. Okay, usually I do this in my sketchbook, but we're gonna do it in blue pen anyway. So we're just gonna sketch. I'm gonna do one sketch with the ears like up, and then I'm gonna do one sketch with the ears down. Like, I feel like this one's so loud. I have a whole sketchbook, and I would love to like go through it and do some of the designs that I have. But in high school, when I first started making these hats, I like sketched the whole like first gen Pokemon, or I started to. I didn't get it done. But then this is also how I would do if someone wanted a custom hat. I would like draw it. I would draw it like this. And would be like the base. The thing again with Momo's ears is I don't want to put wire in them to try to make them stand up. So they are going to flop down and stuff. But I have made a Momo plush. So I technically have these pattern pieces already made. Or I know how to make them in general. I won't have to think too hard about layout. And I think they would have to be a little bigger. I think, isn't this a popular song in like reels or shorts? I guess it would be. I don't know. I just know that I've heard this song before. Because it would also be cool to do the outside of the hat white. Oh, but Momo's face is brown, so we would have to do the little brown, like, heart-shaped around its face. Which is not as bad. I used to have to, like, hot glue that whole thing on. But now I can sew it. We're doing the outside of the hat white and like the inside brown. Because like the Momo's like wings, the inside of its arm is like brown. I think that would be cute. So this is what my doodle looks like right now. And then of course this would be brown. I gotta make sure that I have this much brown material. I think I do. And then his ears. Like that. Okay, my hot glue gun is heated up. I smell it. No! I had no idea what you were talking about and had to go Google just Momo. Jesus. I'm so sorry. I should I have told you not to. Get down, Ridge. Go. 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 Thank you. Yeah, no, that thing scares me. Like, I can do horror pretty well. I can do scary stuff. But that just gives me the heebie-jeebies. That and I don't do good with like pig masks or just animal masks in general, like realistic animal masks. Not like the horse. The horse thing is really weird, like the horse head. That freaks me out, but it's not really that I'm scared. But yeah, like we play Dead by Daylight, and we call her the pig lady. Don't ask me what her real name is, because I don't know. But she's from Saw. The movies. But yeah, I hate that thing too. It scares me. Okay, get all the hot glue gobbies. Like, it's not that terrifying after a few seconds, but initially it got me, right? I think also what really freaks me out is the like lore behind it is it was showing up in like kids videos, and it was like on YouTube, and that was when the whole thing started where YouTube had to start like saying if there was like kids in the videos or if it's safe for kids or not safe for kids, because this face would be hidden in these like kid videos, and it would be telling the kids to like do like bad things or like don't tell your parents or blah blah blah. I didn't look too much into it because again it freaked me out, so I don't know how much of that is factual. I just remember it going around on Facebook, and I was like, that is terrifying. I would never open, if I was an iPad kid, I would never open my iPad again. And my mom would be like, why? What is wrong with you? And I would hope that I would have the nerve, like the courage to tell her, but I don't know. They would say things like, don't tell your parents or I will come like kill you or kill your parents or something. So then these kids would be scared and wouldn't tell their family or whatever. Again, I don't know. Don't know how much of that is factual. Because some of it's kind of like a lore spooky stuff. Creepypasta. Yeah, thank you, love. I wouldn't go digging into that side of YouTube, to be honest. Yeah, I know. I took a whole, I'm pretty sure it was called pop culture class in college. And it was really fascinating. I kind of wish that I could have took more. It was my senior year, though. And I just needed kind of another class. But we like talked about like Slender Man, and I did my whole like final project over bronies and like the pony conventions and bronies, and how it's kind of like, you know, on the other side of it, it's frowned upon, but like actually they're like these really good group of people, and like it's actually really like nice and caring community, and like it was just a really cool class for a nerd and weeb like me. But yeah, we also would talk about like how memes get started and where like memes got its name. It was a really cool class. I like taking classes. I wish, which I think since like I'm an alumni, I think that there's some like free stuff. Like I could go to like lectures and stuff for free, but I'm an hour away from where I went to college, which is not that far. but I don't know, like to drive an hour away to go to, because you can sit in on some classes, like, you know, every week, but, and you don't get a grade. It's not for credit. You have to pay if you want credit for it. So I'm conflicted if I want to do, like I said, I can do like one without the white eyes, one with the white eyes, and then like another one of whichever I choose. But I won't be here to, like, I won't be in person to sell these. So for me, I would remember to be like, oh, do you want without the white eyes or with the white eyes? But since Tia's going to be selling for me, I think I'm just going to do them all red for right now. And then at my next convention, maybe I'll try the white eyes. Or I'll try the white eyes now and just do red. I don't know. Let me look at them again. The thing is, I would sew the white on already. And I didn't do that ahead of time, so then they would just be hot glued on. And I don't love just hot gluing. I feel like it's more secure if I can sew them. But I'm just so conflicted because when I put, like, looking at it right now, because I just took the white parts off, I'm like, oh, it looks so cute like this. And then when I go and I put the white eyes on, I'm like, oh my gosh, it looks so cute like this. We'll just do red because that's how my plushies are. They just have the red eyes. We'll be cohesive. All right, so we can set this aside. I just added some hot glue again so that they don't move around when I go to sew them. And on to the next one. These colors, the black and the red, remind me of a Teen Wolf hat that I made years ago. Because it was black and it had just like wolf ears. And I think it had a red face and then it had red paw prints on the bottom. And that was about it. Pretty simple. Maybe this year I'll open up custom orders for like just hats. Like start advertising. I used to do a whole lot of Digimon hats. And it's kind of like Pokemon where it has, you know, there's those top favorite Digimons. I don't remember a lot of them, but I know it's with an R? Renagimon? It was like a rabbit looking one. It was like purple and yellow. And I definitely undercharged for that Digimon hat. Like, that was a lot of work that I should have been charging a lot more than probably $40, I think, at the time. Some of my hats were like $35 when I first started out. Renamon? Probably. Is it the one that is purple and yellow? Kind of looks like a bunny. It might not be a bunny. That seems right. I think it's got like a yin-yang sign on it, kind of. probably totally butchering it. For the people that know a lot about Digimon, they're probably like, oh my gosh, stop talking. But I'm sorry, I only know Pokemon. I used to know the characters that I made. She's like a big rabbit, almost, but mostly yellow with purple arms. Yeah, sounds like her. I don't know. Been a long time. Yeah. No, that's definitely the one. And then, of course, the pink one, the pink bird, which I think is one of the main characters. Digimon, I almost said Pokemon. That one was really popular. I made it in like a short hat. And then there was a blue dog looking one that I made a couple of. Biomon? Probably. Alright, Mothman number 2. I know the original 8 more than the later seasons. Oh, I didn't even know there are that many seasons. Look at her, look at the scuba. Oh, I can't. What are you doing? You're just looking at the door? That kind of made me dizzy. I'm like seeing stars. I don't know if I whiplashed myself or what I did. Probably need to drink more water. Gabumon was my favorite. The blue dog you're talking about, LOL. Oh, okay. Nice. I'll have to see if I can find pictures. But they're probably buried on my Facebook page. Like if you guys didn't know, I have a Line Around Sewing Facebook page. And it actually gets stuff posted to it, but only because I post on Instagram and they're connected. So it posts both places. But I kind of forget. But that's where I used to post before, of course, Instagram came along. And I had like folders. And I mean, honestly, Facebook is pretty good for like portfolios, I think. Of course, not professional portfolios, but being easy, like it's really easy to like whip out my Facebook and go to my albums, and then it's all can be organized where it's like, these are my long hats, these are my short hats, here's my plushies. And I really like it for that aspect of organization. And the funny thing is, I still scroll Facebook more than any other app, but it is not my main priority for posting for social media. Currently, YouTube is, and then Instagram when I'm at a convention, but honestly, I kind of forget. I have not been good about posting on anything other than YouTube, and I would love to say that my goal for 2025 is to post more on social media, but I'm not gonna give myself that challenge. Bruh, Digimon went on for a while. Oh no. Yeah, did not know that. Like I said, what I know about Digimon, I made some hats for it for custom orders on Etsy, and then I had a whatever they would call the Pokedex version of Digimon. I had like a book. I think that I got at a yard sale when I was little that had like the Digimon in it. Don't even know how many ones were in there. How many Mons. Or what season that covered, no idea. All I know is I had it. I rewatched my like ranking video though for 2023 before I made my ranking for 2024, and I forgot that I did the Poke Park convention that was in, I think it was in like Pennsylvania or something. And I just need someone to do a Pokemon convention. Cause that's what I love. I love making Pokemon merch. And I would love to sell at one of the like Pokemon events, like the Worlds for the card trading card. But I think that'd probably be frowned upon because, you know, copyright boundaries. But it would be really cool. Joey and I have been, of course, obsessed with Pokemon cards. And the new set comes out this Friday. It's Prismatic Evolutions. It is evolution themed. But honestly, the people that have already got the stuff and like started opening, it's not looking good. Like the pull rates for the good stuff, like of course the evolutions, like full art evolutions, is poopy. And they are selling these packs and stuff for ridiculous amount. And Joey's like, are you sure you still want to you want to try to get all the cards for this? Because I mean, that's the dream, right? To make a master set. And I'm like, not anytime soon. Like, I feel like it's been really hyped up, and I don't think it's that big of a hype. Like, it doesn't need to be hyped up that much. The people that are hyping it up are the resellers that are like buying because they know that it's going to be popular. But honestly, some of the artwork I just don't love. I don't love the crystallized version of them. Some of them really nice. Some of them I don't like the terrestrial, no. Terraform, yes. I don't like the terraform either. Terrestrial, no, what is the battle? You know what I'm talking about. It's the terraform, but I think there's another. Yes. Terrorize. Okay, I'm gonna give up. But yes, the crystal. What she said. Yeah. And so then I feel like it's not just us, you know? A lot of people don't really love that design. So I think the people that are making it hype is the resellers that are like, oh, it's evolutions. People are gonna spend so much money, and now that it's released, everyone's like, or gonna be released, we're like, nah, man, we don't like that. Yeah, unfortunately, Nintendo will come after anyone about Pokemon, LOL. They have a lawsuit right now, I think against Pal World. Oh yeah, I think that they resolved the Pal World thing, but they did have to, Pal World had to change some stuff. Joey's been telling me about that. I think that they settled it now. I think it's done, but they had to change the way that the pals were caught because it was too close to like the Pokeball, and some other things. And I think that they had to pay them so much, but it wasn't as bad as like people were thinking. Like, oh, shoot, Nintendo's coming after Pal World. But Nintendo is not as bad as Disney. I don't touch anything Disney with a 10-foot pole. Like, I do not make, if I make anything Disney, it is like, we're just under the assumption and you did not pay me, correct? This is a gift. Like, that's how much I leave Disney alone. Like, I worked for Disney, I'm not playing with it. I'm not playing with Disney. Hi, I'm back. Welcome back, Stitched. Love the game, but not a fan of the crown look. I agree. Terra crystallized. I definitely butchered that too. I keep putting my hand over my phone and then it like darkens the screen. What's funny is I got a set of resin molds to replicate the Terra crowns for my Pokemon molds, but I don't see them selling well at all. Palworld lost over a patent they made after Palworld released. Yes. I was like, I remember there was some of the characters too, they were like, this is a little too close for comfort. Oh yeah, Disney stuff goes to private shows and buyers only, not online at all. Yes. Yeah, I don't really make any Disney stuff, but if I did, yeah. Under the table. I had people ask me to make Disney stuff. I have to say no, I can't. Very smart. I made some Lilo and Stitch stuff, and I was purely in private for giveaway and one buyer. Yeah, I did a giveaway for a Stitch Kigu when my Instagram got to like, I think it was like 626 followers. I think that's why I did Stitch. And I did a giveaway for that. And other than that, I've done an angel and a Stitch hat like this. And that's about it. I made a Baby Yoda for somebody, I think. I think that's about it. So yeah, and I don't even know, Joey and I are going to be traveling on the day that the prismatic stuff is released. So, I mean, we're going to try to go to some places in Delaware, because that's where we're traveling to. See if we can find anything, but it's probably going to be sold out unless we find a small game shop somewhere. The only saving grace we might have is there is a card shop that's doing like an event close to here in Kentucky on Tuesday. And they said that they're going to be selling stuff and they're going to have like some refreshments and it's going to be like a Pokemon like get together. That might be our only place to get some stuff. But I think it starts at 5 or 6. It starts at 6, I think. But they're an hour ahead. Joey gets off at 5. So we're going to be late to it. So who knows if they'll still have stuff when we get there. But anyways, they're supposed to release stuff through the whole year, so... And I would rather do a master set of like cards I actually like a master set of a release that is decent. And I saw that you can now pre-order the Journey Together ones, which I believe, if you guys know more, Joey might know more too. It's kind of the trainer Pokemon, kind of like a duo. type. I know we don't have a whole lot of information on it yet, but I don't know. I know I want to collect all the Laprases, which is my favorite Pokemon. So instead of spending my money on prismatic evolutions, I might... Oh, that's probably the school bus. I might save it for an older set that they still like sell packs for, or just use it towards getting like Laprases like straight out of the cases. But we sent some cards to get graded. Joey sent some a couple months ago, and he got them back, and then we sent in some more in December, and we should be getting them back. Wait, or was it beginning of this month? I can't remember now. We should be getting them back somewhat soon, in a couple weeks. And I would like to show them off on stream. I think that would be really fun. Best of luck. I have a friend that I offered to help find some product for since they live in a huge picked over city, and my town always has stock now. So if no luck, I can see what gets stocked at my Walmart in a couple days. Journey Together pre-orders disappeared in minutes on Pokemon Center. I don't know if anywhere else has confirmed pre-orders yet. Yeah, and unfortunately, we were ready to do pre-orders for Journey Together, but we were in the hospital, or, well, I guess it's more of a clinic, to do my blood test, and the internet was trash. So who knows if we would have been able to get anything anyways, but with the internet, of course, it didn't help. But I think you can order at GameStop, but you have to go in person. I think. We haven't tried it yet. Yeah, that's what... I get all my information from my husband, Joey, who is GTC King Assassin. Which I guess we should try to go. I don't know when. But we want to try to go to one of our GameStops and see if we can do a pre-order. But our closest GameStop is like 30 minutes away. Oh, I can try that next weekend in Reno. Yeah. I have a lot of ideas for stream ideas that aren't sewing, but I need to be sewing right now, so I can't do any of them. But one of them is I want to reorganize my Pokemon cards. Because I just ordered a binder. It should be coming in soon. And I want to try to see how much of the... I guess, would you call it a living dex? Is that right? That I have, that I can make with everything that I have right now. I know I'm missing a whole lot, but I feel like I can almost get the first gen because I have a whole lot of old cards. Yes, it is a living dex. We've been watching the Deep Pocket Monster, I think is his name on YouTube. And I love watching his videos of like collecting in like a weekend or in a certain amount of time, collecting all of the sets or collection or whatever. And I know he has the really big Chad binder, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna do like Generation 1 is all in this binder. Generation 2. Friend is doing a living dex in cards. I'm debating if I should break my bulk and collection down to each pack set. Might be easier to track. Yeah, I go back and forth too. Like, do I want to... I mean, I think I kind of want to do both. I want to do a living dex, but also do sets. So then I could use the multiples of cards that I have. But I definitely want to try to get a master set of something. Just don't know what it would be. I need one that I like pretty well that doesn't have an outrageous following right now, like an outrageous like hype. So maybe like Shrouded Fables. I think I see a lot of stuff with that, but I can't remember what's in it. I did make a Google Doc though of the cards that I like and like chase cards for some of the newer packs, so I'll have to like look back over that. Okay, the Mothman are done. I'll have to get a picture of them so I can add them to my little catalog. And then eventually probably post it on my website and like Etsy. But go. Watch out. Watch out. Go. You're going to pull the hot glue gun. Go. Thank you. I mean, it's unplugged, but... Okay. We did that. We have a little less than an hour. So the question is, do I want to use that time though to like cut out some stuff? Or we could potentially do MomoCon next week. Let me see. I could do Pochita. For Pochita, I have the chainsaw. I do it on the embroidery machine. But oh yeah, this is my new machine, so it probably has the file saved. That's Pikachu's face. I don't know what I have it labeled. So an hour's worth of lines. Straight lines. That's what it feels sometimes. Okay, yeah, there's the chainsaw. I might have some, just kidding, orange pre-cut. And it looks like I do. I also have red. What do I... Why do I have red pre-cut? I can make a really cool Fuecoco one. But... what would I use red for? Help. Somebody tell me. And I clearly didn't cut this. I think Peyton cut this. Red? Did she maybe cut the wrong toe? I don't know. Now I want to make a Fuecoco hat. But the reason I know I didn't cut this is because it's so choppy. You see the little stringies hanging off of it? Like, I make sure it's like a smooth edge. Flareon, hell of a boss. Oh yeah, Blitzo. Yeah, Blitz. It's not Blitzo. I always say Blitzo. It's Blitz. I know it's Blitz. But I read it as Blitzo. Yeah, you were right. That's exactly what this is. Oh, do I make a blitz then? I don't know if any... I don't think any Helluva Boss voice actors is gonna be at MegaCon. But also Fuecoco. But that's exactly what this is for. I've only made one blitz, I think. I'd have to cut out more stuff for him. I do already have red thread. Some has-been folks got bored looking at MegaCon guests. I do have my has-been keychains, which I think I will. I'm not going to put them in mystery bags for MegaCon. I'm going to just display them, but I just haven't figured out how I'm going to display them yet. Helluva and has-been sell well even without the voice actors being there. Charlie, Andrew, and Alistair. Nice. Okay, let me see what I need for Blitz. See if I have the picture saved. It's really funny because I took the picture, I made it almost a year ago for Lexington Comic-Con, and I had Joey model it for me so that I could get a picture before it sold, because it was like the first thing to sell at Lexington Comic-Con. And I removed the background because it was like a convention background. It wasn't like a solid anything fancy. And then I put the background of our old apartment. Like if you look at my Evolution hats, a lot of it is like on like a back porch with like a railing and like a blue sky and like a brick wall. And so I took that background and put it behind him. And now it's really confusing because I always think that I made that hat while I was in Delaware, but I didn't. So you can't really tell. Like, it's pretty good Photoshop, but I mean, and you're definitely not going to be able to tell on screen. But this was... I photoshopped, put him with a different background. And it's actually very clean. Yeah, the only problem I know that I had with this is the satin stitch that I do around the eyes, because this machine doesn't, it's old, it doesn't like to go through that many layers. I think I did like 4 spikies. I'll have to look up pictures of him again. No, sorry, I wasn't calling you over. Now I'm so conflicted though, because I could just make Momo. But also, you know, I wanted to get rid of my fabric that I have pre-cut. But then I'm gonna have to cut stuff for him anyways. Yay, Blitz! Yeah, let's see. I'm assuming... Oh, here's a Digimon. Black War Greymon. That's a pattern that I have in here. Baby Yoda. Bulbasaur. That's before Baby Yoda had a name. Okay, here's Blitz. All the dogs are here in the floor. I organize my pattern pieces by putting them in Ziploc baggies and then putting them in an accordion folder. If you're curious, nothing fancy. And then I just make them on scrap fabric. So that goes like that. That's felt. This is felt. This is felt. Fleece. And then I'm gonna look up how many like spikies he has. I know we're expecting hell of a voice actors at GalaxyCon San Jose this year, so I'm working on those. Nice. I organized mine into plastic sleeves and them into binders. I've seen people use binders. I actually like it pretty well. Excuse me, sir. How many spikes do you have going down the middle of your head? I think I remember this being like, I tried to find, okay, here's the little, like, it's not a pop figure, it's the U2s or whatever. And this one looks like there's one at the top and then like two at the bottom. So we might just go with that. Which I think is what I did in this picture. Anyways. It's just really, you know, because his horn's blocked, you can't see. Okay. Let's cut some pieces. We'll cut this white first. We'll just get some scrap fabric. The good thing is I already have all this like scrap black fabric over here from cutting Mothman. Not sure if I'll have big enough white pieces for the horns though. So let me dig through here. I have another shelf over there that my claw machine is on that just have fabric scraps sorted by color. But yeah, the answer is no piece is big enough. So we'll have to cut some white. These dogs are gonna make me fall. Oops. Let me make sure. Do I have any pre-cut white? No. I have a bin over here too of just like pre-cut like squares of fabric. It's kind of like scrap. Don't look in here, guys. It's a mess. Oh gosh. I don't know if anyone else buys bolts of fabric from Joann's, but they've started not giving you the bolt. Like, they don't give you the cardboard piece, which I guess is good because I'm not being wasteful with cardboard. But then it's like carrying dead weight. It doesn't hold its shape. It's just flopping around. It's a little annoying to move. All big cuts stay bundled in cube sleeves for me. Tiny stupid scraps of Minky are in a trash bag for stuffing and applique. Yep, I have a big trash bag full of fleece scraps as well that is used for that exact purpose. And then I get so many scraps that it's not even, like, there's no way I can stuff that much stuff with the scraps. So I have to, like, throw it away or make a dog bed or something. It's fast food night, and I don't remember what Joey and I ended up getting last week. We got, I mean, I know I talked about Taco Bell and pizza. We got Sonic, because I still have a wrap in the fridge. That was pretty good, but they're a lot bigger than I thought. But if you guys haven't had the queso, crispy chicken queso wrap or something, there's a bacon one, which is not as good. And then there is one that has like Fritos in it, and it's pretty good. But it's on their value menu, and it's pretty. I think it was like $1.99. At least that's what the website said. I didn't check our receipt. But yeah, for $1.99, pretty good. Pretty good. Oh, same. Scrappies for days. Oh, goodness. Ooh. Right on my chair. Okay, let's cut the white out. And then I have to cut the little circle. I need a third device. Sorry, let me text back Tia and Bethany about MEGACON before I forget. Okay, back to the picture. Yeah, so it's just a little circle about an inch big. That looks good. And then now I can cut the black pieces. I'm going to keep these other ones so that I can make sure that I put them in the right spots when I'm attaching the black on. I should do this over there on the cutting table because it would go so much faster, but then I would be away from you guys. But it's okay. We just won't pin anything. We'll just cut. I made Joey and I some Million Moxie horns because we were gonna cosplay for, I think it was MatsuruCon. But we ended up not doing it. But technically, I think the horns are done. We just gotta figure out like the costume pieces. And I had these black ripped jeans that I was gonna wear, but I can no longer fit in them, so we'll have to wait on that for a bit. I guess I can put these pieces back in here before I lose them. I also have that problem of losing my scrap pieces. Or not my scrap pieces, but my pattern pieces. Puppies. So I got a review on Etsy the other day that was 4 stars, and it was like, this is a great made product. I loved it so much. And that was it. And it was 4 stars. I don't know if anyone else like is like baffled when that happens. Like, but why 4 stars? Like, please. You said you liked it and it was good. Why 4? But I mean, I know personally, when I'm looking at something, if I see something like that, I'm like, okay. Some people don't want to give 5 stars. It's common. Some people just don't think anyone deserves 5. Yeah, I'm like, what? I did message them and was like, thank you so much for your feedback. I would love to know if there's any way I could improve in the future to get 5 stars or something like that, you know. Trying to sound very professional. And they said it was one of my bucket hats. And they said it was because the bucket hat just fit their head a little. Like their head was a little bit too small for the bucket hat. But nothing was wrong with my like design, and it was very well made and everything. And I was like, I kind of wish I didn't ask, because like that's out of my control. I told you in the listing, the measurements. Like usually people say that the hat is too tight, but they said that it was too big on their head. And I'm like, there's a hat, okay? It's a one-size-fits-all hat. This is what you agreed to when you bought it. That's not your fault, Jesus. I hate people sometimes. Yeah, it's frustrating. I'm like, I shouldn't have. I mean, I'm glad that I asked, but I shouldn't have asked because now I'm like, ugh. But they didn't put that in the review, so I can't like comment on it. Because sometimes if they say something in the comments, or if they say something in the review, I'll comment. I know that means that they can't change it, but usually I'm okay with that. I've decided that it's fine that they don't change it. But I don't know. It's fine. It's not a big deal. It's just one of those things. It's like, really? To be fair, I got a 4-star on a resin keychain that is huge. And it was a person I didn't message beforehand about the size. So they just said, it's nice, just big. Big old chandelier keychain. I typically only reach out when they order huge designs as like phone grips or bad feels, not keychains. Oh, gotcha, yeah. Like if they order something from you. Yeah. And I try to be really good with my description too, if I think people are gonna have problems like size wise, or even my keychains that have like the Lethal Company keychain. The picture is black, the keychain's black, but I had like a miscellaneous bag of keychains, so I ran out of black pretty fast, and so I have in the listing now like keychains could be black, orange, or gray. But now I have a bulk order of like black keychain things. So, but I'm like, and like with the other hats, like my evolutions, I make sure to say due to color and availability, like color dyes and availability, the colors could be different than pictured, and like something about like message me beforehand if you're trying to color match with a costume or something. And I've yet to get any reviews like about those kinds of things, but I try to just do it up front to not have that problem. But then I get the reviews that are like, yeah, it just fit weird, or like it fit too big. I'm like, but that's not my fault. I'm sorry that happened to you. So it is partially my bad. I need to go. Oh wait, hold on. I missed part. I need to go back and add photos with the bigger ones against rulers. The anime characters I have tend to run huge compared to Pokemon, so it's partially my bad. I only gotten a couple questions about paint color changes for Pokemon like Leafeon. I do it in tan versus the pale yellow it's often depicted as. Yeah, I do the pale yellow. It's actually pale banana for the fabric color. And then do tan for the little paws. And like the ears. I think. Is it ears? The eyes are brown. Yeah. But the one that I have a lot of Espeon, I use like a pretty dark purple for Espeon, and I just always have, because that was the purple that was available. But now that I've had other purple options, I need to change that one to the lighter color purple, because a lot of people have said in person at conventions like, oh, I love the Espeon, but I just don't like, I want the lighter color purple. And I'm like, totally understand. This is just the color purple that they had when I first started making Espeon. There's just unreasonable people out there not thinking that their actions could affect others big time, even if it's their own comprehension. That's the problem. Yeah, and luckily I have like 5 stars. But you know, when you get hit with like that 4-star, or when you get with it hit anything less than a 5-star, you're like, what did I do? And I'm glad that it was nothing serious. But, you know, that's also like, ugh. If I had a lot of people that, like you said, if I have a lot of people that do that, that can really affect my score or my rating or whatever. Yeah, if people want a yellow Leafeon deal, we'll do. Just ask. I just go personal preference on it being tan, dark brown, and various greens. Yeah, those are all good options. All good options. I also have the problem with Vaporeon because there's so many shades of blue that I just... I could do it different ways. So in-person conventions, sometimes I have a lighter color blue. But online, because there's a picture of what the color blue looks like, I usually only send that one out. But in conventions, I might use a different color blue. It's more like of a Rainbow Dash light blue color. Yeah, Vaporeon I prefer seeing in a kind of darker teal, but I've seen light and dark ones in more blue. Yeah, I would consider the blue that I use on my Etsy listing is like teal. I think it's scuba blue. So I was reading what the plan for games was tonight, but I didn't understand what was said, so I just did a quick skim and then it went away. I like reading through reviews when buying. I don't rely on the star. I want to know why they give 1, 4, or 5. Sometimes reasons just make you laugh, but also sad for the shop. Yeah. I do that on Amazon for sure. I go straight to the 1 reviews and see if it actually seems to be something. Or if it's just people being picky. I do that a lot for hotels too. I'll go straight to their 1 star and see like, okay, are they leaving a 1 star because there was bed bugs? Or are they leaving 1 star because the guy at the front desk was sassy with them or something? And I go off of that. Exploit to enter the void. Okay. That was for the game. For the games tonight. Bless you, Chinky. We love people who look at reviews versus just assume. Yes. We appreciate people like that. Okay, I'm going around this with scissors. This is like the white part that goes on his face. It's like, looks like a cloud to give it that sharper curve because I cut this on the rotary cutter, so I couldn't really get too much of a curve. I don't know if Daisy's booping me because she's gotta go potty or she thinks it's food time. It's not food time. But you will get in the mud if I let you out. Nah, you guys can wait like 15 more minutes. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. All right. I need to sew this white on his face first, I think. Let me look at the picture. Yeah, I have to sew the white on one half of the red first, and then I can sew the red up. Okay, let me make sure that I center this correctly. Just keep this picture pulled up for a minute. I'll set it right there. And I'll just have to look at the chat back here. I'm going to pull it down a little bit because I remember it got pretty close to the horns up top. But allow for seam allowance. That looks good. And then this little circle. Kind of over here. I think this might be a little big. Let me trim this circle down a little bit. Let me know if my mic dies. We're getting close to the 4-hour mark, which I think is usually when my first mic dies, which is nice. Like that's a pretty good battery life, I think, if I remember to charge it completely. Because typically this is about how long, like I'll go like 15-20 more minutes, and that's about all I need my mic to last for. I wouldn't mind to do longer streams, but then I start to get hungry and I either have to take a break or I have to eat on stream, so just depends. There was another idea that I had, like, oh, I'll save that and I'll do that on the stream one day. But now I don't remember what it is. No, Pokemon cards was one. I know I thought about also getting or like saving some packs of Pokemon cards and open them at the beginning of the stream. But that depends on my patience, if I can wait that long to not open them. I always forget that my machine doesn't have to be so far away from me. I thought about doing a Kirby of the Month again, like for the new year, starting back up, but I don't have any ideas right now, so maybe not. But if I do Kirby of the Month again, it'll be something where I sell online on my website, and I'll let people know the Kirby's are gonna drop this day. Here's what they look like, and I'm gonna have them pre-made for the most part, so that people aren't waiting a whole month to get them while I make them. And yeah, it'll be first come, first serve on my website. So then that'll get traction to my website. And I probably wouldn't do stickers. And then depending on the design, they might be a little bit more. Like, because I sell my Kirby's by themselves just $20, like plain Kirby's. But if I have to do like embroidery and do like some fancy stuff, then I might have to like bump them up to like $25 per Kirby. Because I love doing Kirby of the Month on my Patreon. It was really nice. And I think other people liked it as well. But for $20, you were getting a Kirby, free shipping, and a matching sticker. And that was like, I should have been charging more, but I was like, it's Patreon, it's fine. But then again, Patreon was taking a cut of my profits too, so we will have to be smarter about that. That's my own fault though, you know. I should have been more honest with myself. But I made a lot of Kirby's that I like love, and I wish I had collected a lot of my own Kirby's instead of just making the minimum of what I needed. But luckily I have my favorite, who is that I've done so far, which is like the Meta Knight one. He's up there watching over me, so Joey made sure that I kept that one. And he said if I didn't keep it for myself, he was gonna like buy it. So I was like, no, it's fine, I'll keep it. All right, there's the white sewn on. So now we can sew up the red. Oops, sorry guys. But you know what's gonna happen is I'm gonna get started on this. And then the live is gonna end. And I'm not gonna touch it again. Probably for a week. Unless I decide to take a day this week to get all the stuff that I've like halfway worked on, you know, my unfinished projects. Just realized I should probably book my hotel for Anime Expo just in case too. Sorry, I got distracted. No, you're good. Yeah. That wouldn't be a bad idea. As long as you can cancel it, unless you're gonna go either way. But I mean, I'm bad about that too. Like, I don't book my stuff unless I know I'm getting in, or unless I'm in. But that's very smart to book ahead of time if you can cancel, so that you have that already booked. This has been a really good live, guys. Thank you so much for coming and chatting continuously. I'm like, this makes me want to just keep streaming, but Joey's gonna be on his way home. What did I do? Oh my gosh. Oh wait, no, this is right. Okay. I thought I was sewing this or pinning this the wrong way. But yeah, Joey's gonna be on his way home soon, and he's gonna be calling me about what we're doing for dinner. So I'll get off here in like less than 15 minutes, but it's been such a good live. It makes me so happy when I have like people chatting. Because sometimes I forget that I gotta like talk, and I'll just like start thinking about something and be in my head, and then I'm like, oh, I haven't said anything for like 5 minutes. No, I can cancel it. LOL. Again, just company at work for me. Good. Glad that we could help each other out. Okay, that was the right pocket. The left pocket. Look at these little stringies. They're driving me crazy. They really don't matter because I can trim them after I sew it, but I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow, and I'm like, do I come back home afterwards and work on stuff? Or I'm already in town, do I stay in town and then like stay home just all day Thursday maybe? But I try to balance it out. If like my mom works, then I try to be at the shop. And I can't remember if she works Thursday. I know she doesn't work tomorrow. So I'll have to ask her. I need to get my oil changed too before we drive to Delaware. So I'll probably do that tomorrow. What did I do with all my pins? Like, usually this little thing is popping. It's full. The little puck. My stomach's gonna growl. I can feel it going. Okay, change to red thread. Oops, come back. Am I close? Am I close? No. I was very far away. I couldn't find my bobbin. Like I said, this machine doesn't like to do satin stitches on really thick fabric. Ooh, sorry. So I might... All the dogs are staring at me. I might try it on my... When I get to that part, my embroidery machine that also does sewing, and see if it handles it any better. The only thing is I have to change out like the embroidery component, and then I have to put the sewing machine component. Oh, and you know what else? I also have to change the presser foot. Maybe I won't do that. Maybe I'll just suffer with this machine. Like, it can do it. I just have to go over this same spot like 5 times because it like wants to skip stitches. I'm here. Welcome, Tia. I'll be leaving in like 10 minutes. I was checking your description if you've got your machines listed there. I'm dreaming to buy embroidery machines, but the budget. Yeah, that's a good idea. You know, I've never thought about putting my embroidery machines that I use or like my sewing machines in the description. But yeah, this one is SE400. This was technically my second sewing machine, but it's basically been like my first. The first one was like a cheap one from Walmart. This one does sewing and embroidery, and I highly recommend it if you are beginning sewing or embroidery, because you can do both and it's a pretty decent price. The only thing is the hoop size for this is only a 4x4, so you can't do anything big. Like you can maybe do t-shirt pockets if you're looking for like shirt stuff, but you can't do like big designs. And then I also have my favorite embroidery machine right now, SE 1900. It can do a 5x7 size, and it can also do sewing if I want it to, but mostly it's just my embroidery machine. And then I also have a PE, these are all Brother, by the way, PE 800 that can do up to a 5x7 as well. But I've been having problems with it. I got it for like $300 off of Facebook Marketplace during COVID because it was causing problems to the lady that I bought it off of. And I was able to troubleshoot it and clean it and file some stuff, like actually take a nail file and file some places and get it to work. And now it's starting to act up again. But then this one, the SE 1900, I also got it off of Facebook Marketplace for $900, which is still a pretty good deal. And it also came with a whole lot of stuff. It was from a fellow weeb who was gonna do a like embroidery t-shirt business with his buddies. So he gave me like shirts and some like thread packs and also stabilizer and like spray stabilizer and like paper stabilizer. So he gave me a lot of like other stuff too, and it came with some files. I've never used them. There's like a JJK one. There's like some Naruto stuff. I'm sure it's things that he bought off of Etsy or whatever, but I don't think I would ever use them. But yeah, I highly recommend checking Facebook Marketplace if you don't mind to get a used one. And like this guy, he used it maybe once, so. My first embroidery machine was and still is a Brother P800. Oh, nice. Yeah, I think if I go and actually get this one fixed by a professional, it would work like a charm, but I just haven't taken it in. It's like 800 to 1K. Yeah, so like I paid like I said, I paid 300, and I think the lady was kind of like worried that I was gonna refund it or like get mad at her or something, even though she was very upfront, like that it has problems. But I messaged her, and after I got it, I was just like, hey, just curious, like why, you know, did you troubleshoot it at all? Because I did this and this and it works just fine. And she never messaged me back, so. I was like, oh well, I had a good deal. I found a Brother SE 600 for $20 at a thrift store, but it's limited to 4x4. Yeah. Bro, your video on cleaning a PE 800 helped my stupid self recently with issues with mine. Yeah, that's the reason I made that video, because I was like looking up, I read so many blogs and I tried to watch videos and like fix it. And that's what I did to fix mine. But I've done it several times now with mine, with the same machine, and it still haven't fixed the problem. So I need to see if taking it to an actual professional would fix it. But yeah, that video has, I think, almost, I don't know how many views it's up to now. I know it's past like 5,000, but it's my most watched video, and it's like 5 minutes long. I'm like, that's why you gotta make videos about things that you yourself would search videos for, is what I tell myself. Oops. Sorry. Oh my, 1K is almost 60K in our money. Oh no. Oof, you'll get there. That's okay, I'm making dinner, as Tia said. I bought a used, I always call it Jerome, but I don't think that's how you say it. We had those in the costume shop, and I always called it Jerome. MB for SE, another brother PE 800, and a ton of embroidery stuff off a lady for 1,600. Nice. Yeah, I've really thought about like trying, especially because I really liked ours in the costume shop. It was very heavy duty metal, but I really like brother. My mother has a Bermuda sewing machine. My main sewing machine is a Singer Quantum 9600 or something like that. Nice. Thanks for sharing all your machine guys. It's helpful, especially for the people that like rewatch this live too. But yeah, I wish I had more input on other machines, but all I got is like brother. That's all I've really used, other than, like I said, the one in the costume shop, which I never really had problems with, and I actually like it more than the brother is very at least this one digital, and it has like where you change the things on here. The one in the costume shop, you like spin a wheel, and that was nice because you don't accidentally change it, unlike this machine. I'm still learning the Jerome since it's a 4 needle. It's not super complicated, but it doesn't seem like not having a sturdy tabletop. Oh, you know, I've had that problem before, where if it's not on something sturdy, it kind of messes with the timing or the stitching. Is it a 4 needle sewing machine, or does it do embroidery? I want to get a big embroidery machine, like multiple needle, nice, tall, but those are like 10,000. But when I do that, then this embroidery machine can become a sewing machine. 4 needle embroidery. It's fancy. Nice. Yeah, so maybe I'll look into that one then. Oh, it's 5 o'clock. Okay. Joey's gonna call me any minute now. Unless he's waiting for me to get off the live, and then he'll call me. But I will end the live here. Again, thank you guys so much for being so chatty. I really, like, you don't know how much that means to me. It makes the stream and the work day go by so much faster, and it just makes me want to do more lives because I don't feel like I'm boring people. But I will end it here. Check out my vlog Friday, which is going to be about my convention bag and like what I use and put in my convention money bag. And I will see you guys next Tuesday. Have a good week, guys. Bye-bye. Where's my mouse? Here it is.